Evening. I'm Know Nothing Attorney. As always, I know nothing so you can too. Because it's only in embracing that we know nothing that we can actually learn anything. And I'm here to learn with you and share how I learn. Let's put up some fun things on the screen. I would like to have a project list. Sure, I guess. I would like to rename that, but let's go ahead and make that visible. Here we go. There we go. That is just a loose plan for how we want to approach things in the future. When I finish video one, want to actually do our social media push now that we know that we're going to have a product. Then I want to do a quick video sharing who I am so that people can get to know me a little bit, even if they're not watching stream. Then I have a coworker who is Maga, that we do a lot of talking on political issues. I try to keep her in mind when I... Here, let's try to move the mic. Stay. I try to keep her in mind when I'm designing anything that I want to appeal to both sides. If it can't appeal to Jenny, then it can't appeal broadly. I don't know that that's true. Jenny might be farther right than the people I'm trying to reach out to, but we'll see. And I've got a lot that, with a couple of emails today, I owe her in terms of research, because she asked for some evidence for some of my claims. So I want to get that to her. And that's a perfect example of the kind of work I want to do on this channel, showing people how to know your own epistemology, how to research claims, know what you believe and why, how to know what good sources are. One of the things that she asked is specifically, well, how do you know that what you found is a good source? So that's something we're going to have to address. So I'm looking forward to doing that. And maybe while we're doing that, we'll come up with a nice little step-by-step guide. Then I want to have my second substantive video, which is my appeal to the right video number 1. And I do have another thing I need to add to the list. Now, both the Who Is Know Nothing video and the Appeal to the Right are going to be quicker videos. They're not going to require the same kind of editing that I'm doing for the Article 5 video. So our second substantive video is going to be here, let's change how we're wording these things. Okay, there. I'm happy with that. Okay, okay. Yeah. Okay, we got a good to-do list going. So then I have, there are a couple of topics I would like to do an appeal to the right. I think my first one is going to be, what is TDS? Maybe I'll add that on there. This is a conversation I had with Ginny today. And by the way, Ginny isn't her real name. I'm just calling her Ginny for anonymity's sake. Appeal to the right, number 1. What even is TDS? There we go. Let's shrink that a little bit more. I think that's still readable. Okay. So, again, we need to finish this video. Then we need to do a social media push to try to get it out and get it shared. Then I want to, as quickly as possible, make a very quick, simple video where it's just me talking to the camera, where I can just introduce myself and say a little bit about myself so people don't go, who the hell is this guy that is saying we need to have a constitutional convention? That's kind of crazy. There we go. That makes me a lot happier. Okay. After that, I want to do that live research because I promised her after the first video I would do that. I realize I want to get a second video out there, but it's a quick and easy one, so no worries on that front. I think it'll be reasonable for me to get to that video in time, or to that research in time. After that, got 2 videos. One more short video I want to do. I want to do my first appeal to the right. What even is TDS? And I was going to say I don't think it's Trump derangement syndrome, but I think it's 2 different things depending on whether you're coming from the left or coming from the right. I think the left has tyranny derangement syndrome, which I wouldn't even say is derangement. I'd say that's pretty reasonable to be anti-tyranny, about kind of like being anti-fascist. It's reasonable. And I think part of what we need to explain is, like, it came up with Jenny earlier today when I said I would apply these standards to anyone. And she said, oh, come on. And I said, no, seriously, nobody has done the things that he's done. And she said, yes, they have. And I'm at a loss. No, they haven't. These are unique circumstances, and it has nothing to do with him. It has to do with his actions. The people who actually have Trump derangement syndrome are MAGA. They are willing to treat him differently than anyone else, throwing out their, like, very reasonable approaches to judicial rulings that have treated him more than fairly. Prosecutors, juries, even his own inner circle with even J.D. Vance, his own vice president, saying he was the Hitler of our time. It's crazy, honestly. That's derangement. So I want to explain in non-critical terms, this is what the actual problem is. And also I want you to see how you treat him differently. And part of that is going to require a little bit of a different topic, which is reminding people that we used to consider it normal to use a person's behavior as a clue as to whether or not you should trust them. But now it's become, oh, none of us are perfect. Oh, well, he may have changed, but since then. This is not a criminal court. We're not, I mean, he has been in criminal court. He's been convicted. But the court of public opinion isn't a criminal court. He is our employee. You don't have to have shadow of a doubt evidence. You should just look for red flags of what makes a person untrustworthy. And boy, are there a lot of red flags there. So we need to wake up a little bit and approach this from a non-judgmental point of view. And I know earlier, just a second ago, I said it's crazy, and I need to get out of that habit. I think we all need to get out of that habit because we need to give people a place to come back to. Currently, we're asking people to come back from the edge, and there's no safe place for them to land. We need to make it clear, or at least it doesn't look like it. We need to make it clear that there is a safe place to land when you come back from the edge. So that's part of my goal with this channel. I want to say, you have a safe place here. I'm someone you can talk to who will not try to win a debate with you. I want to walk us through how we figure out the truth together. So, with that in mind, it's time that we try to finish this video. I don't think we're going to do it tonight, but I'm really reluctant to even look at footage of myself because I feel like when I recorded yesterday, I just was not happy with how I looked. That's part of why I wore a blue shirt today. I think part of it was the gray shirt that I wore yesterday, and it just looks drab. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm already convinced. I think I'm already convinced that I don't like it without even looking at it. But I think what we're going to do before I do any kind of re-recording, because I really want to avoid that. I want to make this project move forward. Nope, don't do that. Okay. What I want to do is move this project forward. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep editing as if we're going to keep this footage. And we're going to find the places where we don't want footage, where we want like video overlaid. And we're going to go through the whole video and get that done. That way we know where all that is and we actually know what needs recording. Because if I don't need long stretches of time with my face on camera, then I don't need to re-record that. So we're just going to move forward. So let's do it. Random work. And I want to try to do a better job of being vocal through these streams. I know that I don't have any viewers right now, but I know that I have some people that come and watch them later. So I'm going to try to at least be a little entertaining. Hey, NetDad, how's it going? Making progress. I don't know if you saw, I just went through a to-do list. I'm trying to make it clear that we have progress we want to make and we have multiple things we want to do. So number one, we want to finish this video. Number two, once we have a product to push, we want to do a social media push. Number 3 and 5 are a couple of short videos that I want to like just knock out real fast. They don't need a lot of editing. Number 3 is Who is Know Nothing. Do a little to introduce myself. Number 4 is I have a coworker who's MAGA that she is basically my model for how I want this to connect both sides together. And I'm trying to reach her through that. And so I am tuning what I do here to try to meet what Jenny's point of view is, which, as I mentioned earlier, Jenny is not her real name. She gave me a couple emails today with a bunch of claims, and I told her I would give her the research she wants, the facts that she's asking for, but I'll do it live so we can test run our live research skills, and then she can watch it herself if she wants to. But we're going to do that after we get the video taken care of, because we have priorities. Second short video we want to do is my first appeal to the right video, where we explain what TDS is. TDS from the left being tyranny derangement syndrome, where we have concerns about actions, specific actions, and it doesn't matter who does them. And then we're going to pivot to Trump derangement syndrome, which is the thing MAGA has, because they treat him differently than they would anyone else. And part of that is going to be a reminder of, we used to have a thing where we would look at people's behavior and use it as a judge, a way to judge whether or not we should trust that person. And so we're going to go into a lot of questionable behavior, like from the 1970s on, which would be reasons why you should not trust this person. It should not be somebody whose word you take at face value. If you didn't have Trump derangement syndrome, you wouldn't be doing it. Number 6 is going to be our second larger video, probably more editing. Not as much editing as this video. Explaining, like I promised in this video, how do we get from community building to the Constitutional Convention. And then way down the line, I don't even know if it's number 7, but I do want to start like pitching that we want to do a renewed Declaration of Independence from the system that we created, that the states created. So with that, going back to the video, did all our live recording yesterday. Not happy, probably not happy with how it looks, but we're going to move forward with the editing. That way we know what actual live footage we need to re-record when it's time for that. We're just going to edit it as it is. Progress. Like you said, yay progress. So back to it. And as I was saying when you came in, I'm going to try to do a better job of being more vocal, explaining what I'm working on, because I know that I do have some people who come back and watch these things later. Where even is what we're working on? Okay. So the first thing I want to do is get all of our live footage in here so that I have an idea of how long the video actually is. All right, let's listen to this. Where are we at? Nope, that's not the one. What do you think, NetDad? Be real with me. How am I looking in the live footage? You think we need to re-record it? They tried to get Mike Pence to rely on fraudulent electoral votes. I think I look too tired. I've got like the shadows under my eyes. So I'm trying to get better sleep so that I can actually re-record when I want to and like not look like a raccoon. We have the receipts. Headphones, turn that down. No, I think what I need to do is turn my music down, not my headphones. I don't the death stare at the camera. Where do you think I should look? I'm confused about that. I'm not really sure how it works. I know, like, I've watched Xander Hall, and he does it like he talks like this the whole time. I'm like, I'm just looking at the side of your head, dude. Like, I don't know how that... He doesn't even look at the camera. He doesn't turn his head. I think Vosh does like a angle down on top of his head. I'm not sure where to look to do it. I mean, I guess I just need to try different angles. I need to do different angles and see what looks good. That's why I needed you to understand before you hear the rest. That was And I mean, I agree with you. I don't like the death stare, but like trying to do like the 4 to 6 inches below camera. Okay. Like, okay, I'm gonna talk to you right now. I'm gonna be acting like I'm doing the video. Actually, let me pause that. Yeah, video better than no video for sure. So like if I'm looking right here while I'm talking, does this look more natural to you? Does this look good? I'm gonna like right now I'm talking about Article 5, um, and how it's the only solution when the Constitution is the crisis. If you have a federal government that's not going to obey any kind of orders, if you have a president who's not going to obey judges, then what are you supposed to do? If you don't have judges that are going to rein him in, if you don't have a Congress who's going to impeach him, what are you supposed to do? Right now, I think I'm like 4 to 6 inches below camera. Looks a little sleepy. Okay, let's go for like 2 to 3 inches below camera. So like right now, I'm just like looking at the top section of my screen. Does that look a little bit more natural? Now I'm talking at you, but I'm not looking at your eyes, which is often a normal thing that people do. I can maybe look at your eyes. Look at your eyes. Maybe punctuate a moment. This is good. This is good for me. Okay, well, that gives me a whole different kind of idea there. That is helpful. And I was thinking about re-recording anyway, so that works. Especially because I fixed the Mockingbird painting after I recorded, because it was tilted in a little bit. Oh, no, don't do that. Hey, cut it out. Zang. Okay. So, as we said before, even if I have a death stare, even if I have bags under my eyes, we're going to edit the video and we're going to figure out where we actually need live footage. Yeah, let's just not look at it too much. Oh, no, never mind. We do need to look at the whole thing. So, right, but not right now. Right now, we're just trying to get the footage in there so we know how long the video is. Quiet, Austin. Okay, where are we at here? You can at least get a frame where I don't look like that. There we go. Maybe not death stare. Nope. Okay, that's fine. Okay, next video clip. What video clip is this? Nope. Oh, okay. So this one is where I get my constitutional reading off. Okay, cool. Let's port that one in. Video better than no video, yes. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Not happy with it. Don't think that was the delivery either. Where are we at? I don't even like how that was delivered. Anyway, pretty sure that's where the actual delivery is. Yeah, okay. Cut it right there. No, 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 no. Bruh. There's got to be a better way to do this, and I don't know what it is. I think I want to keep some music going in the background because right now I'm not actively listening. Turn it up a little bit. Okay. 34 states to call a convention, and 38 to ratify whatever comes out of it. And I mean whatever. Whatever. Whatever comes out of it. Okay. I would explain what I'm doing, but there is not a lot exciting to say. I am just figuring out where my favorite deliveries are of each of these lines and then putting them in the video. How it's broken. Why Article 5 is the only thing explicitly protected from our system is broken. And make no mistake, here's how it's... Ugh. Black. Okay. Don't want that. Want this. Throw it up on screen. Oh boy. This next one has got to be the delivery, right? And I mean... How you doing tonight, NetDad? Make no mistake, our system. They acknowledged it and replaced it with enshrine the document as untouchable. Articles of Confederation were broken. How far are you into blueprints? When the founders saw that the Articles of Confederation were... Don't forget. I found that it took too much of my time and it started to frustrate me. Good job. Way to go. Oh, I do remember you asking about Prop 12. I'll have to get to that in a little bit. When they wrote it. Using a convention to factory reset their... Wouldn't they? Capable of quite literally anything. The founders intended this means the intentional exclusion of all. Lawyers read law. Oh dang, you got some more things to discover, huh? Law, there's a rule. Representation of the states in the Senate. Complete rewrite of the Constitution. I think I need to scroll out a little bit. The only thing explicitly beneath it. And I mean... Well, this is a faster way to do it. Should have thought of that sooner. Nope, don't do that. Okay, next. These aren't isolated incidents. Here's how it's powers. The court demanded the indictment of James Comey, Adam Schiff's department, finding insufficient evidence. While calling them patriots. As I mentioned at the top, violations of the constitutional order, that's the design. That's not what we're watching unfold. Our rights are protected and constitutional limits are upheld. Okay. These aren't isolated incidents. These aren't isolated incidents. Oh, right. I have to stop it first. Have you enjoyed it so far? That the pardon power will be used sparingly, not to protect co-conspirators in an attack in 2025, for instance. Only address symptoms. That's what Article 5 does. Judicial kill, not to protect co-conspirators in an attack on democracy itself. I found the clip of me melting into my chair. Nice. I know it's a pretty popular one. People have been enjoying it. States to substitute fake ones. It assumes the part used sparingly. It assumes that even if we remove every bad actor to require probable a coordinated scheme across multiple states to substitute fake ones. Okay. These aren't isolated incidents. 1,500 people who participated in the storming of the Capitol on January 6th. Okay. That prosecutions will require probable be counted honestly. Conspirators on a. That's where I melt. These. Okay. Oh boy, this video is getting long, huh? I did think it was shorter than this. Oh boy. Article 5 changes everything. Can only claim they have no right to do so. Article 5 can bring federal power to heal. Authority to interpret the power to heal. Troops are supposed to reject and absorb this quote from Staff Sergeant. Take a moment to absorb this quote from Staff Sergeant Demi Palachek of the Illinois National Guard. I'm not going to go against my community members, my family, and my culture, my neighbors. Now imagine. Okay. Now imagine, and my culture. Take a moment to observe. But know nothing, I hear.
Mhm.
And executive power beyond his office. Math. Check this out. This option? Let's get that straight right now. No. But I'll tell you what you should be saying.
Oh man, my hair gets all messed
5
up.
Supreme Court justices already willing to throw out decades-old rights.
Oof.
What if extremists capture it? Shouldn't this option scare us?
Yeah.
President. Already consolidating legislative. So close. But know nothing.
I gotta share this one because it's entertaining. Get a load of this, Net Dad. There's a Know Nothing having a great time last night. Oh, wait, there we go.
God. So close.
So close. Ugh, I hate how that came out. Just had to record it and get it done. But that's fine. We'll fix it in post. So close.
38 states to ratify. That means it takes more than just radicals to pose any threat. It would take 38 radical states.
Okay.
A constitutional sides want the madness to stop.
Not me being exhausted.
Communities.
God, I got so frustrated doing this.
Rational people on both sides want the madness to stop. We may not get another chance like this. A window where both sides see the system. The best place to build that trust is to see that states are really just sides want the madness to. We are in a very fragile, regard down to the fundamentals of governance. Damn it, dude.
Damn it, dude. Okay. Oh, what am I doing, man? Okay. This section is a minute 40. Oh no, I'm getting past 20 minutes. Oh my god. Oh god.
And compromise over some pretty existential stuff. A constitutional convention. A constitutional.
Bro, I can't. I can't.
The best place to build that trust is in your local communities. And when it ceases to be convenient, more than the American federal government is the states may replace it with something that is more than a fiction of the place it with something that fiction, an idea that captures the very your communities. You'll see that states are really, I don't know why I'm doing this in the freaking media player. Just put it in here. Your communities. Such really raw are really just a collect. Look at such really raw. It's the so. Never very good. We need to if you pull back the curtain, and it's in your next. The best place. I'm gonna have to trim some of the fat, probably. Kill your darlings. I hate killing my darlings. Right. The president, the federal government. All right, 3 more snippets. They are agents, custodians, wield power when it is close at hand. Oof, what is that posture? What is that? And if we can find the strength to move, and when they aren't the rightful holder. Okay. That's right. Yeah, where's that? Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, that's right. This one has fat trim. I remember. If you walk away from this video with just one idea, let it be this. An idea that captures the very spirit of the Article 5 Constitutional Convention. The American federal government is nothing more than a convenient shared fiction of the states. And when it ceases to be of the states, and when it ceases to be convenient, the states may replace it with something that is convenient. Of the state, then a convenient American federal government. Constitutional Convention. The American federal is convenient. Hear me out. It's long past time we. Wait, what is this? It is no longer theirs to withhold. Oh my god, are you serious? Nothing more. Communities. You have real power there. And if you walk away from this video with just one idea, let it be this. An idea that... Oh, wait. What is that? Let's go to our playlist. Okay. Captures the very spirit of the Article 5 Constitutional Convention. The American federal government has the strength to move these individual United States together. There is no end to what we can achieve. The strength What? It is much easier for you. And when the states demand they return, they are agents. Holders of American power. So look to the states. It is much easier for you to wield custodians. And when the state... What? Custodians. And when the state... That's right. That's right. The president, the federal government, they aren't the rightful holders of American power. They are agents, custodians. And when the states demand they return it, it is no longer theirs to withhold. So look to the states. It is much easier for you to wield power when it is close at hand. And if we can find the strength to move these individual United States together, there is no end to what we can achieve. Hear me out. With Article 5, you don't need them. Not only are these things possible, they're suddenly tempting you. Article 5 doesn't have to be a distant dream. It's a tool the founders meant for us to use. And it's office, an end to congressional stock trading. Real. Never do without it. Now, so far, I've only other things we hear me out. Da Vinci. Da Vinci. Da Vinci. Bro, you okay? You're gonna shut down, huh? Let's give you a second to cool off. Come on, man. I really hope that it's not going to lose our progress. Gonna give it a second more. Come on, man. Don't be so dramatic. Alright, screw it. Oh, the computer is not liking that. Okay. Fingers crossed. Where are we at? Dude, no, come on. Come on. All my time. Oh my god. Come on, come on. Ah. I hate my life. Why? Is this even... Hold on. Huh. Okay, thank God. Thank God. Whew.
They're suddenly tame and alive to stop. But there's so much forward-thinking good it could do that we could never do without it. The obvious. Federal organization. Sure. But what about... Hear me out. So far, I've only talked about the things we need Article 5 to stop. But there's so much forward-thinking, reorganization, things we...
That's what I thought.
Things we need Article 5 to do that we could never do with clarification of right. But what about other things almost all of us can agree on? We need Article 5. So far,
Here we go. Last one.
I'm know-nothing attorney. To the convention. And don't stop with me. With me. Significantly less than 34 states. I'm thinking 26? Want to know how that many states can make a difference? Subscribe. And it always will be hard. Catch a live stream and tell me why I coordinated before drafting the U.S. Constitution. All kinds of weird implications. Join the Discord. And this huge... I've forgotten how. Name step. Take so start there. And in an up... And don't stop with me. People want to connect. Forgotten how. I'll tell you how we get from there. No one's weird these days to your neighbor. You don't need special qualifications. Just talk to your neighbor. Build community. I know it sounds weird these days, but most people want to connect, have forgotten how. So start there. I know it sounds weird these days. I'm so close, I can coordinated before drafting the U.S. Constitution.
I'm so close.
I'm thinking, I'm so close, I can...
Quiet phone.
And this huge, powerful step can make a difference. Just talk to your neighbor. Build that community. Start there.
Oh my god, how many takes did I do with this?
Once you have your answer, you have a lot going on. I get it. You're scared, angry, exhausted, tired. Don't do that alone. Let me not do that alone with you. We can build this together. Special qualifications. I do something to further.
Hi,
You have a lot
lasagna.
going on.
Hi, baby.
Exhausted. That alone. Let me not do that alone with you. We can build this together.
Okay. Cut all of that.
Decade. More. Or easy. Okay.
All right. We're looking at. Good Lord, what is that? About 29 minutes of video. That. Oof. Big oofs. Not what I was hoping for at all.
The Constitution remains, but as January 6th made clear, it is structurally compromised.
Wait, what?
And that will be true no matter who we entrust it to. And the proven persistent threat of a constitutional crisis is itself a constitutional crisis. And there is only one solution when the Constitution becomes the crisis: an Article 5 Constitutional Convention.
Can I go
The
faster?
Constitution's option for rewriting its own rules. A tool for the states to completely make the government asking for permission. Article 5 only works if you know it exists. If you combine our faces together, we'll be equal. I'm nothing hurt me, and I'm here to need to talk. I don't need usually involved as a repetition of being too difficult. There is a point when too difficult has to become nearly difficult. For the U.S. Constitution, it is that point. Constitutional law is a body of law with the core definition of the people's rights and a distribution of their dual power. I fall in love with constitutional law because I see it as a representation of our attempt to codify our best standards to prove our shared existence. I give them a head start on explaining Article 5, but you don't need a lawyer to understand it or use it. Article 5 is designed for the people, not leaders. Let me show you yours. Congress, in the application of the legislature to 2/3 of the federal states, should call a convention for proposing amendments, which shall be valid to all intended purposes as part of this Constitution, and where after that 3/4 of the federal states. Here in control as 34 states all in there, and 38 to ratify whatever have it. And we include a complete rewrite of the Constitution.
Right now we're going through this on fast forward to make sure that we don't have like doubled clips anywhere.
using a convention to factory reset and govern. Don't forget, our current constitution is the second one. When the founders saw that the Articles of Confederation were broken, they didn't enshrine the document as untouchable. No, they acknowledged it and placed it as something better. They want to say, our system is broken. I'm going to show you exactly how it's broken. Our article is the only solution, and why it's safer than you might think.
How did Section 4 get so long? That's what I want to know.
Here's how it's supposed to work. The federal government was enacted by limited cyber powers. Court ensure right to protect and constitutional limit are held. Congress makes federal law. The president executes those laws faithfully. Doesn't write them, doesn't ignore them, executes them as directed. Each branch checks the others. That's the design. That's not what we're working on today. Let's take 3 constitutional crises that have already happened. Not hypotheticals, not exaggerations. Real violations of the constitutional order should terrify every American equally, regardless of political affiliation. As I mentioned at the top, Donald Trump headed to overturn the results of the private election by substituting state-certified votes, fake ones, for himself. While calling them patriots. With fake ones for himself. While calling them patriots, Donald Trump pardoned approximately 1,500 people who participated in the storm of the Capitol on January 6th, including those that attacked law enforcement officers. Donald Trump demanded the indictment of James Comey, Adam Schiff, and T. Shanks for investigating him, despite prosecutor in its own Justice Department finding insufficient evidence. These aren't isolated incidents. They're connected by a pattern.
Okay, let's go back. Let's go back.
Evidence.
We can get rid of that at the end of these. Okay.
Here's how it's. Might think. And I'm here to call a convention, and 38 to ratify whatever comes out of it. And I mean anything.
Oh my god. It's not even right. I mean whatever.
The Congress, on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several, designed for the people, not lawyers. Let me show you what it says. It exists, and if we can bind our fates together to wield it. I'm no nothing attorney. Finding insufficient evidence. These aren't isolated incidents. They're connected by a pattern. Constitutional assumptions that never hold. The Constitution assumes that the electoral vote will be counted honestly. It never imagines it will need to see across multiple states to substitute fake ones. It assumes firm power used sparingly. Not protect conspirators and an attack on the democracy itself.
Aha. I thought so.
These aren't isolated incidents.
I thought so.
See.
Get rid of it. Kill it. Kill it with fire. Oh, no, no, no.
Demands based on political retaliation. Together, these problems are what we're actually dealing with. This is the Hydra problem. A Hydra has many heads.
I have multiple sections in here.
It's a Hydra problem. A Hydra has many heads, and I will show you three. Claiming authority to currently only equitable purchase and shutdown. Rich digital coins without trial or edits. System due cost matches for millions. Each case is an immediate response. There are two means to individually. And here's the problem with Hydra. Cutting off heads does kill. Even if we remove every bad actor tomorrow, even if Trump is off, constitutional holes remain. But the blueprint for how to equip them is now public. Project 2025, for instance, a policy for scientific executive power. This is with or without Trump. And digital solutions, voting, protesting, prosecuting, are more effort than ever. Thus, you can't fix underlying structural problems. You can only address the symptoms. You can only beat Hydra by changing the rules of the fight. We need that link for Hercules. New rule, no more edit. The point is this. A Hydra monsters rules. Make your own. That's what Article 5 does. It can close the constitutional vulnerabilities the bad actors exploited, and it can do even worse. It can close the constitutional vulnerability the bad actors exploited, and it can do even more than that. The bad actors exploited, and it can do even more than that.
Hoo boy, hoo boy.
Constitutional vulnerabilities the bad actors exploited, and it can do even more than that. Take a moment to source code for Sergeant Yellow of the Omen Guard. I'm not going to devote them to community members, my family, and my culture, my neighbors. Now, let's determine the effects of similarity in the American people, and there are some flimsy claims to constitutional authority. So before Congress, parallel. Our troops are supposed to reject unconstitutional orders, but their manner to be is to make people like an internal constitution. What realistic option do they have to say no? Imagine instead, 38 states have found amendments stripping the president of authority to issue orders to their guns and models. No more heads. The president can put me out of order to do so. And now two sovereigns are claiming superior authority over the Constitution, one of whom keeps power. Imagine instead, 38 states ratify amendments stripping the president of authority to issue orders to their sons and
Okay.
Imagine instead.
Ooh, good job, Austin. Found the spot right there.
Imagine instead, 38 states ratify amendments serving the president with authority to issue orders to their sons and daughters. No more heads. The president can only claim they have no right to do so. Two sovereigns are claiming superior authority to interpret the Constitution, one of whom gives the other its power in the first place. Who wins? Taking another look at that quote, there is no such thing as a federal community, a federal family, a federal culture, for neighbors. As much as we'll say it, we're all states people at the end of the day. I know why the economy. Article 5 has the power to bring federal power to the people.
What is all this? Just a ton of silence?
Article 5 can bring federal power to the people. Article 5. federal power to bring federal Article
This is way longer of a process than it should be. This is too much, man. This is too much, man.
Article 5 can bring federal power to you. Yeah. But no nothing, I
Uh?
should say.
Huh?
Yes, you have. I know. But no nothing. I hear you have.
Ugh, I don't like that. Gotta get rid of that. So much garbage in here.
Shouldn't we be afraid of this option? Let's get it again. No. I think you should see it. I think we're just already looking for so with him. With other risks in line. One president already consolidated legislative, judicial, and executive power beyond his office without consequence. Don't get me wrong. I understand his concern. Article 5 tells us creating power. Let's stop it from going on. Simple math. Check this out.
Nope.
"38 states to ratify. That means it takes more than just radicals to vote in that. We have 38 radical states. States whose powers are being taken from at home. That's just a theory. Can you be 13 states that have never ratified the Constitution on either side of the fence? If you were in the corner, for instance, did you think of these? Red corner? Neither seem commit. It doesn't look so in the town, does it? Does it? Compromise. A constitutional convention requires actual negotiating compromise. Or some pretty basic stuff. Something down to fundamental difference, the system, outcomes. You'd be surprised how many people you usually disagree with suddenly become very reasonable, regardless of affiliation. Conservatives, liberals, neither one is simply radical. On space, you're in a very fragile, impossibly proof moment where your historical political enemies continue to be your allies. Rational people on both sides want this to stop. We may not get another chance at this. We know where both sides cease to be broken and will not structural change. We need unity and trust each other to take our power back for radical element abusing it. The best place to build trust is in your local communities. And that's where you have real power. If you have current between you and the government, you'll see that states will lead to local communities. Your communities. There is power there.
What is this clip?
The best place to build. You'll see that states are really just, and that's where you have real power. You can trust each other to take our power back from the radical elements abusing it. The Article 5 Constitutional Convention. The American federal government is nothing more than a convenient shared fiction of the states. And when it ceases to be convenient, the states may replace it with something that is convenient. United States together, there is no end to what we can achieve. Hear me. So far, I've only talked about getting the Article 5 this time. But there's so much forward-thinking good to do that it would never do without the obvious. Federal service, clarification of rights, reorganization. Sure. But what about the other thing we'll call us like a congressional term limits, judicial term limits, limit for office, an end to commercial stock trading, real anti-gerrymandering standards, campaign for one. You think people now will just defeat those? Article 5, you don't need them to. And what about some other possibilities that are likely possible without committed? Personal data ownership, representation for Americans in the DTC area, positive rights, make voting. With the Constitutional Convention, not only are these things possible, they're suddenly tame and approachable. The thing we already agree on becomes achievable. And the power of have is closer than you think. In your state, legislature, in your community, in the Microini, than you think. In your state legislature, closer than you think. In your state legislature, in your community, in you. Article 5 doesn't have to be a we take them up on. Okay. Would substance that way? I'm gonna get yourself. I'm not just not quick or easy. I have no illusion of that. You're listening to me about your ages. A decade more. We are facing the very real possibility of a long, hard road. And we have two choices. Either get dragged down the road of kicking and leaving, or start to learn off. So you know what else? Consider it. Right. Something that way, allow me to get a little personal. Because I'm here to talk to you. I'm not itching to quit or easy. I have no illusions about that. Realistically, we're talking years, decade, or more. But we're facing the very real possibility of a long, hard road. We have two choices. Get dragged on the road kicking and screaming, or they'll offer it now. You're stuck with us. Kids want you to do the work that matters to you. For me, that's my dog. The world will never change. When I asked what I would have when I grew up. Now consider whether you would do that work for a decade. One better answer. Never think about that decade again. Because you need this tomorrow. So today you work. Today. And today. And today. A month ago, I had no equipment in platform. Knew exactly one neighbors. So I asked the office. Every day I can, I am building community, meeting neighbors, knowing more life. And every day, even when I can, I do something to further the goal. I know that's not stuff. You have a lot going on. I did. Alright. Alright. Yeah. Ooh, at some point I just melted into my chair doing all that. Not good. Day, even when I can't, I do something to further this goal. And exhausted, tired. Don't do that alone. Let me not do that alone with you. And don't stop with me. And don't stop with me.
Whoop.
Don't stop with me. And don't stop with me. Just talk to your neighbor. Build community. And it's not to exist, but most people want us to connect. Forgotten how. Start there. And then quick video. I'll see how we get from there. We can video. As a piece, let me it was something on the Minneapolis initiative. And in the 17th convention, the states ordered in before restricting the U.S. Constitution. This huge power set, significant less than 4 states. I'm game 26. Want to know how many states can make a difference? Subscribe. Join the Discord this chance group. Catch live stream and think about our own. Because we're building better. Share this video with others, and then I'll share other videos with you. I'm not enough in the army. And then you'll always bring me sad. I'm proud of you. And I don't need to know you to be rude. You deserve to hear it. Because life is hard. It's always been hard. And it will be hard. And what you face every day of the week to lose remarkable. So stay remarkable, and I'll see you at the commission.
Okay, what is that? Right at 24 minutes. Right at 24 minutes. It's better than 30, but that's still a lot. It's still more than I intended. What was that? What was that noise? Heard a weird noise. What is?
That was a lot. But most Americans have no idea how close we came. That's why I needed you to understand before you hear the rest. That was almost 5 years ago. And the comeuppance for the people who planned to silently end American democracy? Nothing. While they waited, we caught our breath and did nothing to stop them from trying again. And then those same people easily reclaimed the reins of power. The Constitution remains, but as January 6th made clear, it is structurally compromised. And that will be true no matter who we entrust it to. And the proven persistent threat of a constitutional crisis is itself a constitutional crisis. And there is only one solution when the Constitution becomes the crisis: an Article 5 Constitutional Convention. The Constitution's option for rewriting its own rules. A tool for the states to completely remake the federal government without asking its permission. But Article 5 only works if you know it exists, and if we can bind our fates together to wield it. 5 only works if you know it exists.
I have to re-record that anyway.
To wield it. I'm Know Nothing attorney, and I'm here because we need to talk about options we usually ignore because they have a reputation of being too difficult. But there comes a point when too difficult has to become merely difficult. For the U.S. Constitution, this is that point. Constitutional law is a body of law focused on the co-authored definition of a people's rights and the distribution of their joint power. I fell in love with constitutional law because I see it as a representation of our attempt to codify our best instincts, to improve our shared existence. That gives me a head start on explaining Article 5. But you don't need a law degree to understand it or use it. Article 5 was designed for the people, not lawyers. Let me show you what it says. The Congress, on the application of the
Okay. So I need something in the section that comes before that. But let's stick with the things that we know we need and have already picked things out for. What is this? What's down here? Okay. What's this? What's this? I've got an Article 5 text somewhere. Okay. Where my Article 5 text at? There it is.
with constitutional law.
Okay.
The Congress, on the application of the legislature.
No, 38. Go away. Huh? What? What's this? What's that? Votes. Okay. Where? Oh. Got a 34 somewhere. Where's my 34? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Where's my 34? I think I must have deleted that one. I don't see it up or down the line. Da, 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 da. Ba-da, 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 da, 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 da. It's all right. I'll just copy and paste.
Constitution, when ratified by 3/4 of the several states. If you're not keeping score, that and purposes as part of this Constitution, when ratified by 3/4 of the several states. The Congress, on the application of the Congress, on the application of the Congress, on the application the Congress, on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments, what shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of this Constitution, when ratified by 3/4 of the several states. If you're not keeping score, that's
Oh, I didn't rewrite that. Oh. And I copied the wrong thing. Hey, whoa, no, don't do that. Nobody asked you to do that.
score, that's 30.
Oh, brother. The ADHD is bad with this one.
Score, that's 34 states to call a convention. That's 34 states to call a convention. And 30. $38 to ratify, and 38 to ratify whatever comes out of it. And I mean anything, including a complete rewrite of the Constitution.
Ugh. Can't believe I used the completely wrong word.
Protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. And when lawyers read law, there's a rule. lawyers and when lawyers explicitly protected from explicitly protected the only the Constitution right of the Constitution complete rewrite of the Constitution.
Hmm. I'm going to see about finding a way to do a highlighting effect on text that I find. Like a mobile highlighting effect. Oh man, no, that's not what I mean. Dad, I appreciate you showing up all the time. It like, I know most people don't stream themselves making their videos, but the amount of time that it takes doing this, it can get really disheartening. Be like, why is the project not done yet? It's really cool that you're here. Hmm. I'm not satisfied with that. Okay, let's just snip the bit. See if we can figure it out in DaVinci. Snipping tool. Okay, so save as. What are we calling this? Let's bring that in. I think I want to stop that. No.
Institution. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. And when lawyers read law, there's a rule. The intentional inclusion of certain things means the intentional exclusion of all others. The founders intended this tool to be capable of quite literally anything. And why wouldn't they? Others. The founders intended this tool to be the Constitution. The only thing explicit Constitution.
All right, where? Let's go to equal rep in the Senate.
The only thing explicitly protected from the only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. Is equal representation of the states in the Senate. Is
Hmm. What do I want to do with this?
Is equal representation of the states in the Senate. Only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from...
What does it mean? What does it mean? Okay. Hmm. Bruh, I just want to move the rectangle. There we go. Why you do this? Bruh, I just want to move one side. you're gonna get on my nerves. You're gonna get on my nerves. Oh my god. Oh my god. There. Hmm. I don't see any difference. What? What? Hmm. Oh, wait, what? Okay. Huh. Just me trying to learn fusion. Okay, click on the line, shift space. Yeah, paint. Right. Media, paint one, media out. Yeah. Okay. Delete that. Huh. Okay. I want to... No, that's not what I want. Doing paint. Okay. Cool. Set opacity to 0.4. See how that goes. Want brush. Want stroke. I'm confused. Oh, what does that mean? No, 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 no. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's do that instead. Want to add background. That's interesting, not rectangle. Add tool, not background. Okay. Well then. What? What? Click on the line, add tool, background. Add tool. I should put my AI up on screen, but right now it's not in my know nothing specific email, so. Rectangle, okay. I just don't see background. Okay. Add tool, shape, rectangle. Let's change the flow. Nope. Nope, that doesn't work. Man. Highlight? Did I just find what I was looking for? Oh my god. What? What? What just happened? Okay. Whoa. Okay. It's big. What? What? Boy, I don't understand what this is trying to get me to do at all. Man, here I thought I had it. Okay. Let's try to find rectangle again. Sigh. Mask. Mask. Rectangle. Oh, I think this is it. I think I found it. Except maybe not, because I can't link these. Man. Wait, maybe it's just separate? Wait, you can't tell me you can't. Okay. Now, add tool, mask, rectangle. And then does this also go here? No? Oh man, I don't get it. I can figure this out. I can do it. I've done all these other things about editing. I figured them out. I can figure this out. Knob, homie. NetDad, have you ever done this much editing on a video before? I never thought it would take this long. Merge. Your flow should now have 3 separate nodes. Media 1 to merge. Rectangle to merge. Merge 1 to media out. Think of it like layers in Photoshop. I have never used Photoshop. Thanks, AI. That's not helpful. Yeah. I figure this will not take that long in the future. I need a merge. I don't see merge. Mm. Let's see merge. Silly me. I could have been doing that the whole time. There we go. That'll make things a lot easier. It's what it told me to do in the first place. So let's just do background 1. Connect there. Connect there. Cool. Wait, is that what it was telling me to do back when I was going to hand draw it? Because I don't want to do that. Shape rectangle. Okay. Where is that? What? What? Bruh. I don't. Huh? Let's go back to. I want to listen to some of this music again. Dude, NetDad, Gall was in here last night, and he said he saw you in the Discord, and he was like, "I see that NetDad was in the Discord," And I was like, yeah, he was. And then I sat here and thought about it. And I was like, wait, you guys know each other? What? Wait, what? That was crazy. It didn't occur to me that you guys, like, I shouldn't know that you guys know each other. You know, just random friends I have. Hey, lasagna. Hey, lasagna. Oh, baby. You want to do dog cam? Dog cam. What, do all photographers in the same town know each other? All right, go on. Okay, I'll just take a snip picture. Wait, I'll turn this one off. There we go. What? What is happening? I don't want shuffle. Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. You're telling me, you give me weird instructions, man. Okay, so I need a merge, which I now know how to find. Merge, great. Just a regular merge, thank you. And so I want that to be, I think, it's not what it said to do. Oh my god, I said to turn off shuffle. What is going on? What is happening? No shuffle. Please do not shuffle. Okay. Seems like you're doing it right now. So confused. Okay. Background is green input. Background. Background is green input. Foreground is the yellow input. Okay. Sure. Oh. Okay. Now the background. Uh Type. What? Okay. Man, I really gotta stop soon. I need to take lasagna on a walk before I go to bed. I don't want this to take this many days to do. I want to be done. Uh-huh. 50 to 80. Okay. Ha. Okay. All right. Programming stuff. I get you. Okay. What? You're telling me I need to set the width? Currently at 1920. I don't see that. Where is that? Ah. Bro. Okay. How is that height? What? Okay. Makes more sense. What? Homie. Huh. Yo, what? What does that mean? Bro. Okay, okay, I think I can figure this out now. Let's try something else. Add tool. No. Shift space. Highlight. Yeah. Let's go. Okay. Highlight. Pick a color. Controls. Maybe I don't understand how highlight works. What does a highlight node do? Okay, so let's get rid of that. Let's try a rectangle node. Shape. Oh, shape. Rectangle. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Give me rectangle. Okay, now I need a merge because I know how these things work now. Yeah. Rectangle in the foreground. Text in the background. Then that's going to go to media out. All right, now the rectangle. Oh, OBS disconnected. Reconnection successful. Okay. Box. Ugh. Fill color or color fill. Click the color box and change to yellow. Color fill. I don't see that. What does it mean? What? What? Huh. That's not what I'm looking for. Dude, I don't see it. Jeez. Why is this so complicated? Is there a different rectangle? Maybe I'm doing the wrong thing?
Is equal representation.
Nope. Rectangle. Got it. I found it. Stop it. Yes. No. What? What do you mean? What do you connect to? What do you connect to? No. But it doesn't want to connect. No, no. I'm going to do fusion. Hi, Lasagna. Hi, baby. As soon as I figure this out, we'll go for a quick walk. You want to fetch your leash? Fetch your leash? Go fetch your leash. It's not over there. It's downstairs. Fetch. Fetch your leash.
representation of the states in the
Ah,
Senate, the only thing explicitly
Stop.
protected from rewrite.
stop. Go fetch your leash. Go on. Fetch. Fetch your leash. Go on. Fetch. Fetch your leash. Go on. It's downstairs. Go on. Go on. I swear, lasagna. Okay. What was it? What? Render. Oh. Bye, DaVinci, I guess. Oh my god, it's not even gonna shut down right. Dude. Please. Hmm. Oh, good God. Really? Oh my God. Okay. Background. Okay. Add. No. Transform. Okay. Okay, I want the background to be... I don't remember where to change the color of the background. Where is that? Oh, background. There we go. Okay. Okay. Transform. All right. Oh, I'm figuring it out. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, ha, ha. Yeah. Fetch your leash. Go on. Okay. Ah, but it's when I get the merge. That's why. Okay. Let me see. I can't. Oh. Yes. Yes. Ah. Ah. Okay. I'm learning. Learning. I need opacity. That's in background. I can do opacity in background, right? No. No. Oh, come on. Size, yeah. Lasagna, fetch your leash. Go on. alpha. Is that what that means? Hmm. That's weird. Why is it doing that? Uh-huh. Hmm. No, I want. I'm gonna get mad. Now, why is it doing that? Blend mode. Blend mode. Okay. Nope. Nope. Lighten add. Huh. Well, that's something. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay, now I need another merge. Let's go. Merge. No. There we go. Wait, what? Is there a reason you're upset with me, Merge One? Has to be green. Okay. Huh. Okay. Uh-huh. What? Okay, well, let's just add another one. Background. Uh-huh. No, I don't need a third merge. No one asked for that. I need a transform. Right. There. Transform. Okay. Size way down. Uh-huh. Why it look like that? Yellow. Okay. How do I make it wider? Huh? Oh my god. What? Okay. Merge. Darken. Okay. Why are you gray now? Why are you gray? Okay. I see. Yes. Alpha's at 0.748. I think alpha all the way up is fine. Maybe a little less, 0.606. Okay, now I need one last one. Add, merge, 3. Huh. Why? Okay. Background. Add. Nope, didn't ask for that. Didn't ask for that. Transform. Yeah. Yellow. Whoa. Yikes. .606. Nice. Now we change the size of it. Okay. Let's go. So this one did Y size 0.08. Bro, come on. What? 0.08. Okay. Okay. Good. Good. Should be 0.08. And it needs to go over here. Okay. Oh, I remember. Read this one. No, this one. There we go. No. Oh no, this needs to be normal. This needs to be normal. There it is. Let's go. Let's go.
Explicitly protected from rewrite? The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states and representation equal represent.
Oh. Um. There we go. There we go. Okay. Things are starting to come together. Position the mask over your highlight area. What happened? Uh-huh. Mask, rectangle. Why has it changed the size of my... What? What? Okay. I'm so confused. I don't know why I said height. Okay. Hmm.
Equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the equal representation of the states. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the state. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of
Huh? Okay, yeah, solid. Uh, okay. Can I just make it go from left to right? What? Oh my god, I want to be done with it. Do I need a different kind of mask? Like what? What kind of masks are there? Mask paint? Mask paint? Maybe? Polygon mask, okay. Don't mind if I do. Bro. Okay. We got this. We got this. Okay. Border width starts at 0. Border width. What? Okay. Now I'm just entirely confused. Length. What? Size. What? Okay. Don't know what any of that means. Dang it.
Equal representation of states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the
of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. States in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the
Oh, whoops.
states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite
Why?
is equal representation. Equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the
Bruh, I've got no idea.
Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the state. The states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite
Bro.
is equal representation of the
of the states and
It's gonna drive me insane. Yeah, well, good night, man. Thanks for joining. Okay.
That's a good thought. Um, transform one. So if I okay. So at this keyframe,
Equal representation. Equal representation. Equal representation. Is equal represent. Is equal. Is equal. Is equal rep. Is equal rep.
okay, I want what? X size to be 0. No, I want it to be 0.01.
Is equal representation of the state. States in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicit.
Okay. Transform 2. Transform 1.
equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate.
There's a problem.
States in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly
Cool.
is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicit explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate.
Okay.
The Constitution. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. And the only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. And when lawyers read the only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. And when lawyers read law, there's a rule.
That took me long enough. My God.
Is improve our shared existence. That gives me a head. Fake. Sorry. Alternative. That was a lot. But most Americans have no idea how close we came. That was a lot. That was a lot.
Huh?
That was a lot. That was a lot. But most Americans have no idea how close we came. That was a lot. But most Americans have no idea how close we came. That's why I needed you to understand before you hear the rest. That was almost 5 years ago. And the comeuppance for the people who planned to silently end American democracy? Nothing. While they waited, we caught our breath. That was a lot. But most Americans have no idea how close we came. That's why I needed you to understand before you hear the rest. That was almost 5 years ago. And the comeuppance for the people who planned to silently end American democracy? Nothing. While they waited, we caught our breath and did nothing to stop them from trying again. And then those same people easily reclaimed the reins of power. The Constitution remains, but as January 6th made clear, it is structurally compromised. And that will be true no matter who we entrust it to. And the proven persistent
Dude, come on.
That was a lot. But most Americans have no idea how close we came. That's why I needed you to understand before you hear the rest. That was almost 5 years ago.
And the comeuppance for the people who plan to silently end American democracy? Nothing. While they waited, we caught our breath and did nothing to stop them from trying again. And then those same people easily reclaimed the reins of power. The Constitution remains, but as January 6th made clear, it is structurally compromised.
Petri
That will be
Leash?
true no matter who we entrust it to. And the proven persistent threat of a constitutional crisis is itself a constitutional crisis. And there is only one solution when the Constitution becomes the crisis: an Article 5 Constitutional Convention. The Constitution's option for rewriting its own rules. A tool for the states to completely remake the federal government without asking its permission. But Article 5 only works if you know it exists, and if we can bind our fates together to wield it. I'm Know Nothing attorney, and I'm here because we need to talk about options we usually ignore because they have a reputation of being too difficult. But there comes a point when too difficult has to become merely difficult. For the US Constitution, this is that point. Constitutional law is a body of law focused on the co-authored definition of a people's rights and the distribution of their joint power. I fell in love with constitutional law because I see it as a representation of our attempt to codify our best instincts, to improve our shared existence. That gives me a head start on explaining Article 5. But you don't need a law degree to understand it or use it. Article 5 was designed for the people, not lawyers. Let me show you what it says. The Congress, on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments, what shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of this Constitution, when ratified by 3/4 of the several states. If you're not keeping score, that's 34 states to call a convention, and 38 to ratify whatever comes out of it. And I mean anything, including a complete rewrite of the Constitution. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. And when lawyers read law, there's a rule: the intentional inclusion I'm Know Nothing attorney to wield it. I'm Know Nothing attorney to wield it. I'm Know Nothing attorney, and I'm here to talk.
Can't just do that.
About options we usually ignore because they have a reputation of being too difficult. But there comes a the people, not lawyers. Let me show you what it says. The Congress, on the application of the legislatures of That was a lot. But most Americans have no idea how close we came. That's why I needed you to understand before you hear the rest. That was almost 5 years ago. And the comeuppance for the people who planned to silently end American democracy? Nothing. While they waited, we caught our breath and did nothing to stop them from trying again. And then those same people easily reclaimed the reins of power. The Constitution remains, but as January 6th made clear, it is structurally compromised. And that will be true no matter who we entrust it to. And the proven persistent threat of a constitutional crisis is itself a constitutional crisis. And there is only one solution when the Constitution becomes the crisis: an Article 5 Constitutional Convention. The Constitution's option for rewriting its own rules. A tool for the state Constitutional Convention crisis. An Article 5 Constitution. An Article 5 Constitutional Convention. Article 5 Constitutional Convention. An Article 5 the crisis. An Article 5 Constitution becomes the crisis. An Article 5 Constitutional becomes the crisis. An Article 5 Constitutional Convention. The Constitution becomes the crisis. An Article 5 Constitution. An Article 5 An Article 5 Constitutional Convention. An Article 5 Constitutional Convention. Crisis. An Article 5 Constitutional Convention. Crisis. An Article 5 Constitutional Convention. The Constitution's option for rewriting its own rules. A tool for the states to completely remake the federal government without asking its permission. But Article 5 only works if you know it exists, and if we can bind our fates together to wield it. I'm no to wield it. I'm no nothing attorney. I'm no nothing attorney. That was a lot. But most Americans have no idea how close we came. That's why I needed you to understand before you hear the rest. That was almost 5. That was a lot. But most Americans have no idea how close we came. That's why I needed you to understand before you hear the rest. That was almost 5 years ago. And the comeuppance for the people who planned to silently end American democracy? Nothing. While they waited, we caught our breath and did nothing to stop them from trying again. And then those same people easily reclaimed the reins of power. The Constitution remains, but as January 6th made clear, it is structurally compromised. And that will be true no matter who we entrust it to.
And the proven persistent threat of a constitutional crisis is itself a constitutional crisis. And there is only one solution when the Constitution becomes the crisis: an Article 5 Constitutional Convention. The Constitution's option for rewriting its own rules. A tool for the states to completely remake the federal government without asking its permission. But Article 5 only works if you know it exists, and if we can bind our fates together to wield it. I'm Know Nothing attorney, and I'm here because we need to talk. I'm Know Nothing attorney. I'm Know Nothing attorney. I'm Know Nothing. I'm Know Nothing attorney, and I'm here because we need to talk about options we usually ignore because they have a reputation of being too difficult. But there comes a point when too difficult has to become
Good girl. Good girl.
For the US Constitution, this is that point. Constitutional law is a body of law focused on the co-authored definition of a people's rights and the distribution of their joint power. I fell in love with constitutional law because I see it as a representation of our attempt to codify our best instincts, to improve our shared existence. That gives me a head start on explaining Article 5. But you don't need a law degree to understand it or use it. Article 5 was designed for the people, not lawyers. Let me show you what it says. The Congress, on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments, what shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of this Constitution, when ratified by 3/4 of the several states. If you're not keeping score, that's 34 states to call a convention, and 38 to ratify whatever comes out of it. And I mean anything, including a complete rewrite of the Constitution. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. And when lawyers read law, there's a rule. The intentional inclusion of certain things means the intentional exclusion of all others. The founders intended this tool to be capable of quite literally anything. And why wouldn't they? That's exactly what they were doing when they wrote it.
For the Republic itself. Fake. Sorry. Alternative.
That was a lot. But most Americans have no idea how close we came. That's why I needed you to understand before you hear the rest. That was almost 5 years ago. And the comeuppance for the people who planned to silently end American democracy? Nothing. While they waited, we caught our breath and did
nothing to stop them from trying again. The Constitution remains, but as January 6th made clear, it is structurally compromised. And that will be true no matter who we entrust it to. And the proven persistent threat of a constitutional crisis because I see it as a representation. If you're not keeping score, that's 34 states to call a convention, and 38 to ratify whatever comes out of it. And I mean anything, including a complete rewrite of the Constitution. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. And when lawyers read law, there's a rule. The intentional inclusion of certain things means the intentional exclusion of all others. The founders intended this tool to be capable of quite literally anything. And why wouldn't they? That's exactly what they were doing when they wrote it. Using a convention to factory reset their government. Don't forget that our current Constitution is the second one. When the founders saw that the Articles of Confederation were broken, they didn't enshrine the document as untouchable. No, they acknowledged it and replaced it with something better. And make no mistake, our system is broken. I'm going to show you exactly how it's broken, why Article 5 is the only solution, and why it's safer than you might think. Here's how it's supposed to work. The federal government was designed to have limited and separate powers. The courts ensure rights are protected and constitutional limits are upheld. Congress makes federal law. The president executes those laws faithfully, doesn't write them, doesn't ignore them, executes them as directed. Each branch checks the others. That's the design. That's not what we're watching unfold today. Let's take 3 constitutional crises that have already happened. Not hypotheticals, not exaggerations. Real violations of the constitutional order that should terrify every American equally, regardless of political affiliation. As I mentioned at the top, Donald Trump attempted to overturn the results of a Democratic election by substituting states' certified votes with fake ones for himself. the Capitol on January 6th, law enforcement officers. A shutdown. Suspending due process protections. And here's the problem with fighting a Hydra. Cutting off heads doesn't kill it. Its office. The constitutional holes remain. The blueprint for how to exploit them is more important than ever. But they can't fix the underlying structural problems. They can only address symptoms. You can only beat a Hydra by changing the rules of the fight. We can take that lesson straight from Hercules. New rule, no more heads. The point is this: don't play by the monster's rules. Make your own. That's what Article 5 does. It can close the constitutional vulnerabilities the bad actors exploited, and it can do even more than that. Take a moment to absorb this quote from Staff Sergeant Demi Palachek of the Illinois National Guard. I'm not going to go against my community members, my family, and my culture, my neighbors. Now imagine the president turns the U.S. military against the American people under some flimsy claim to constitutional authority. The Supreme Court is divided. Congress, paralyzed. Our troops are supposed to reject unconstitutional orders, but their commander-in-chief is claiming the equal right to interpret the Constitution. What realistic option do they have to say no? Imagine instead that say no. Imagine instead that 38 states ratify an amendment stripping the president of authority to issue orders to their sons and daughters. No more heads. The president can only claim they have no right to do so. Now 2 sovereigns are claiming superior authority to interpret the Constitution, one of whom gave the other its power in the first place. Who wins? Take another look at that quote. There is no such thing as a federal community, a federal family, federal culture, or federal neighbors. As much as we've lost sight of it, we are all statespeople at the end of the day. I know where I'd put my money. Article 5 can bring federal power to heel. But know nothing. I hear you.
What is happening? What did I do?
Imagine instead.
What did I do?
There is no such thing. We are all statespeople. Yeah. But know nothing, I hear you say. Can't a constitutional convention go off the rails? What if extremists capture it? Shouldn't we be afraid of this option? Let's get that straight right now. No. But I'll tell you what you should be scared of. 5 Supreme Court justices already willing to throw out or one president already consolidating legislative, judicial, and executive power beyond his office without consequence. Now, don't get me wrong. I understand the concern. Article 5 sounds almost frighteningly powerful. What's to stop it from going wrong? Simple math. Check this out. 38 states to ratify. That means it takes more than just radicals to pose any threat. It would take 38 radical states, states whose powers are being taken from them at this moment. Let's test the theory. Can you think of 13 states that would never ratify a radical constitution on either side of the fence? If you were in the blue corner, for instance, did you think of any of these? Red corner? Neither extreme can win. It doesn't look so dangerous now, does it? A constitutional convention requires actual negotiation and compromise over some pretty existential stuff. Once we get down to the fundamentals of governance, the system, not the outcomes, you'd be surprised how many people you usually disagree with suddenly become very, very reasonable, regardless of affiliation. Conservatives and liberals, neither one is essentially radical. And let's face it, we are in a very fragile and possibly brief moment where your historical political enemies, they stand to be your allies. Rational people on both sides want the madness to stop. We may not get another chance like this. A window where both sides see the system is broken and want structural change. We need to use it and trust each other to take our power back from the radical elements abusing it. The best place to build that trust is in your local communities. And it's in your local communities where real power lies. If you pull back the curtain between you and the government, you'll see that states are really just a collection of local communities. Your communities. You have real power there. And if you walk away from this video with just one idea, let it be this. An idea that captures the very spirit of the Article 5 Constitutional Convention. The American federal government is nothing more than a convenient shared fiction of the states. And when it ceases to be convenient, the states may replace it with something that is convenient. That's right. The president, the federal government, they aren't the rightful holders of American power. They are agents, custodians. And when the states demand they return it, it is no longer theirs to withhold. So look to the states. It is much easier for you to wield power when it is close at hand. And if we can find the strength to move these individual United States together, there is no end to what we can achieve. Hear me out. So far, I've only talked about the things we need Article 5 to stop. You think the people in power now? All right. With the substance out of the way, allow me to get a little personal. I have no illusions about that. But we are facing the very real possibility of a long, have two choices: get dragged down that road kicking and screaming, or start building our off ramp now. So here's what I propose. Consider whether you do the work to protect what matters to you. For me, that's my daughter and the world I want her to inherit. The one I always wished I would have when I grew up. Now consider whether you would do that work for a decade. Never think about that decade again. So today you work. A month ago, one of my neighbors. So I made myself this promise. Every day I can, I am out there building community, meeting my neighbors, knowing people around me. And every day, even when I can't, I do something to further this goal. And I know that sounds tough. You have a lot going on. I get it. You're scared. Angry, exhausted, tired. Don't do that alone. Let me not do that alone with you. We can build this together. And don't stop with me. You don't need special qualifications. Just talk to your neighbor. Build community. I know it sounds weird these days, but most people want to connect, have forgotten how. So start there, and in an upcoming video, I'll tell you how we get from there to the convention. And as a tease, let me say it involves something I'm calling the Annapolis Initiative, named after the 1786 convention where the states coordinated before drafting the U.S. Constitution. This huge, powerful step takes significantly less than 34 states. I'm thinking 26. Want to know how that many states can make a difference? Subscribe. Join the Discord in the channel description. Catch a live stream and tell me why I'm wrong. Because we're building this together. Share this video with others, and I'll share other videos with you. I'm Know Nothing Attorney. And as you will always hear me say, I'm proud of you. And I don't need to know you for that to be real. You deserve to hear it. Because life is hard. It's always been hard. And it always will be hard. And the way you face every day the way you do is remarkable. So stay remarkable, and I'll see you at the convention. All right. That's it for tonight. I know nothing, attorney. I know nothing, so you can too. Because it's only in embracing knowing nothing that we can learn anything. And I'm here to learn with you. And as always, I'm proud of you. I don't need to know you for that to be real. You deserve to hear it. Because life is hard. It's always been hard, and it always will be hard. And the way you face every day is remarkable. So stay remarkable, and I'll see you at the convention. And I'll see you next time. Tomorrow.